Yeah, the pop-up was for Sophie because OBS was like, I'm not gonna actually take your funny little settings for your next stream. Ha. Hello. How are you? I hope you're good. And thank you for the pat. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me turn up the game volume a little bit. A little bit, a lot, maybe. Sounds good. Yeah, some good piano noises. Welcome to Not Wavy. Welcome to Not Wavy, because I'm not feeling like Wavy. Maybe I'll feel like Wavy later. Maybe I'll try again later, but for now we're gonna do something that, you know, I feel like I can do. Get to bed at 2 AM was a rough awakening. Ooh. I don't remember when I went to sleep last night. Not too late, surprisingly. I think I got up around 10. Without, like, I slept through my normal alarm at 9 and got up at 10 or something. And then the day kind of ran away from me. I was like I always do. I planned on doing a lot of things on Saturday, and for some reason, something always happens, and then it's already nighttime. I'm like, oh, okay, well, great. Quick stream. Oh God. So here we are. You're getting too old for the no sleeping nights. That's a mood. Though I've never been able to do the no sleeping nights. I think I can turn up the game a little more, actually. But yeah, welcome to the Yuri Cannibalism, which doesn't just feature cannibalism as far as I'm aware. I just think it's very funny to call it that. Which is ebi-hime's latest work as far as I'm aware. Also, this game is free to play. If anyone so chooses, it's on itch and it is on Steam. And I forgot to share the link for it. Here it is on Steam if anyone else wants to check it out. It has an age rating of 16+ in Germany. Funnily enough, I guess Steam finally managed to get that out there, that everything that needs an age rating is actually shown. Is that, yeah, I know there's nothing graphic, but like, I know not everyone's gonna be comfortable with that, so just in case, just want to make sure. Also, there is a slightly, no, I didn't, because the game does feature like a full screen, but it's only 4:3, so I'm trying to cut off the part where the screen is like black, and instead I put on the game header in the back so it fills out my overlay somehow. It's not perfect, but it works, and that's all that matters to me. The game features around 50,000 words of text, approximately 2 to 3 hours of reading. But since I'm gonna have to read it out myself, it's probably gonna take us a little longer. You're not sure how much you'll be watching of this. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. It's just probably... I'm not expecting a happy ending. I'm not expecting any happy endings. But I wanna know. I feel like this one, she released this one at a very perfect time because I've been seeing so many people talk about it that don't usually play visual novels, so I'm hoping it's gonna get some love. You don't want to spoil anything? Fair, very fair. Thank you. You excited for this? You've been wanting to play it yourself. Hi Dad, hi Itzy! How are you? You ready for some cannibalism, Yuri? But yeah, I wanna see what this one is about. So we're gonna jump right in. Let me see. Anybody play Grisario? Get some memories vibes. Oh no, I've not been able to play any of the Grisario games. I own some of them, but they're time commitment that I haven't been able to find yet. Let me just see. Is sound okay? Should I turn it up a little more? I feel like it's really quiet sometimes and then it gets louder. I can't. Maybe a little more. I can never tell. Oh, short hair. Okay, short hair for the lesbians. Let's do that. A little more, yeah? A little more. Okay, a little more. Let's do it here and then we'll see. Oh, great. Now the track ran out. Ah, there we go. Let's see if this game, if I can play this game with my controller, otherwise I'm gonna have to find something. What the hell? What did I just... that's not what I... Ooh, saved screenshot. What? What am I pressing? What are these buttons on my controller? Huh? Yeah, the options look like this usually. I have no idea what I just pressed. What the hell? Oh god, and now it's out of full screen. And now it's back in full screen. I don't think this game is controller friendly. I was just hoping I could maybe press buttons on the controller to advance text. But I guess this calls for my backup keyboard that is not as loud, so you don't have to hear me mash buttons. That's literally the only reason I play these games with a controller, because I don't want the sound to be so loud. But okay. The backup keyboard it shall be. Because that one is not as loud. Okay. Oh, let's get started. You're running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. And just... Okay, one second. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. Trees which surround you jetting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you're certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, while your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together, it has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Good evening! Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon she will catch you, then your life will be over. You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise when you made that contract that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins meanwhile are bleeding. Barry, you're on the run right now. You cannot endure much more of this, but if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split up through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself though, not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? which path will we take, actually? I'm gonna take all of them regardless. I plan on playing the entire game, but... which one should we start with? Do we just go in order? I think if we want to see everything, we should just go down in order. You know, I asked, but I'm still gonna just choose what I want. So you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? The night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope, for your sake, that you've learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on very aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering. You need to lie down, and quickly. Your only hope as you continue to run that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, trailing a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Yeah, sometimes it just makes sense to go in the order they're presented to you. Because that way it's also easier to keep track of where you've been and what you've done in a visual novel that has choices. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, the face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. You will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with grey. You will look intimidating at a glance. He will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. I like the backgrounds, it's really nice. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, brown as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here. You live so far from the village. How far, you do not know. You cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your very head, and what of your very legs? Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There's no point in looking south, that is the way you came, and when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little, and it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? My voice is getting drowned. We're gonna find a good level of both background sound and me. Maybe like this. Maybe it's because because I'm trying to narrate it, my voice is a little lower than usual. Should that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. I can try to get my microphone closer. Let me see. Maybe this will help. Am I a little louder like this? The solitary house that you have discovered not so far from the cliffs is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch, there are several holes in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter really when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent at the back of your nostrils. And you rub the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rub quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rub your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. Third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. Hi, good evening! More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down and, to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour. The cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior, which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancy when you observe it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your searches are unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. Close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. Oh, fuck. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fold shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in the castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why? Who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? Or very droll? Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They're not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams you are the conservatoire with your red hair tied back into two prim proper braids. Any pride, disease and joys and chat. Good evening. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, books scattered, and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, as a tall girl at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past where the past ought to remain. You're never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, frigid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. Okay. Thank you. You are in fact perfectly dry. Well now, what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired. But your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and, more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite a pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of its singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, and reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. Good evening, Weird! Hi! Welcome to Cannibalism, Yuri. Thank you for the hydrant. I'm good. I'm good, how are you? An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. God forbid! Women have bodies! Yeah! You're feeling tired today? No. Yeah, I'm not feeling like I would do well in my games today, so I'm playing something I know I can do, which is reading. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvas the cliff face led by nothing more than a luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice as it hangs on a breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. Keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice is yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Venice to dog inside Sanu is unable to get through today. What now? I mean, I think the only thing that could happen is because I have to read it out myself, that it could take me until after midnight. It's 50,000 words, which is not that much if I was to read it on my own. I feel like I've seen this place before. I mean, this is a real life picture. Let's put through some filters and the like. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, the tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. Continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last your feet meet the shoreline below. You've made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. Rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile you clamber over. All the while the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. Waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached bright moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires. This ocean is different. It is so late at night it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then, at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her lacks are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the sleek shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. My monitor just turned off. What the hell? Okay. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she is looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful, so much so it is almost unnerving. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and red regardless, like those of any fish one might find at the market. The scales are iridescent and, bathed beneath the light of the moon, they seem almost to glow. The sight of her rudder takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of syllables would make one suggest. You might be a veiled lady yourself with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I am afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, and reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that. The mermaid answered with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. I get so lonely here. Okay, we're done. Title drop. Let's go. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Yeah, the game is called It Gets So Lonely Here. The game is called that. Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you're not so very self-centered that you cannot detect a note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by the shore and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful, naturally, for your company, although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So you were able to work that much out? The mermaid answers with a small smile. You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced maths professor used to despair in you. But she's not here. None of them are here. It is just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by a compliment, and tell her that there was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. I want to thank you for the finery. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scolded me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture.
Thank you for the pet.
She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of a friend makes you feel, for a brief few moments, a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have, for many, many years, been woefully alone. But you're not alone now. You're with the mermaid and she is with you, and though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. The farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear. No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So, you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when you ask, did she disappear? And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. We humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We mere folk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That is quite a surprise, but perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I've not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I've experienced any number of ones during my life, but I've never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I've been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her or to her family, or perhaps to a whole village. Yeah, the music is really nice. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. The sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long, otherwise you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord, and of course I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she's been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly in any case to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I've been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder of how petty you are and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night and make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs and to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet and then you close your eyes. Sighing of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease. Perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. The following morning, when it arrives, it is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has a distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there's precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the grey clouds which choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You're dwelling, instead, upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? Plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The unexpiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your excursions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. Exertions. I can't. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It is almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. Okay! Get some good food! You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you're going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. Meanderings? The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You're surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or, you think with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again, and when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and the delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem, something that she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you're eventually able to fashion something you're satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. Get noise outside. The emptiness in your stomach is... what? There's so many words in there that I have no idea how to say. The emptiness in your stomach is... You return to the cottage, where do you mean to wait for the setting of the sun? There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor, occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire so that you might ward off the cold. Time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she says she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. That's a little extreme, don't you think? The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There's a single solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noble woman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they're trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle and turn it. Buoyed. Buoyed? What a weird word. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. Buoyed. I give up. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still ached from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Bayou is like a boy are the thingies that you put in water. The orange ones to. That's a different word. Ones that show you, like, oh, you're only allowed to go up to here, or this is where you need to be going, something along those lines, I think. I need a drink. That's a lot of breathing. Would we do anything for the mermaid though? Would we? Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It is a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock where you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So if you turn to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say heroine. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly, as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. Was this the Cannibalism Yuri visual novel? That is all the rage. Hi! How are you? The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You've never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid. It stings a little bit, more in fact, than the resultant graces on your palms your clumsiness brought you. You told the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. Cannibalism, Yuri. It is Pride Month after all. Yes, yes, yes. You weren't thinking. Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was. Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you replied with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. I called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was. You do not think that you're worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her before you can lose your nerve that you have prepared a present for her too. Also, I don't know. I know there's cannibalism in this game. I don't know if every single character is gonna be a cannibal though, so... Oh, have you really? You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition, then... Clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments you fret that your near fall down a cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. No, don't answer that. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what everyone has got going for them. Thank you on your binary. How you doing, Anu? The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it has held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when first you made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind as the seconds elapse to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. I'm also good. I'm doing something I cannot be bad at. To get over myself for, once again, not playing a game I've been putting off for yet another week. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb, she says, "Oh my, did you make this for me?" Well, yes, you reply, still feeling a little flustered. You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought... You are unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you. Not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence? I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you're glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. Hi Baba, good morning! Welcome back to Germany. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles. I'm not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, the conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh. You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. And she really does like it. Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny, what with all of your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah yes, a friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to step the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when first she presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She's so very beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious, or more irreligious maybe, you might even consider worshipping. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now, this is enough to make you start if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherish them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. It did not last for very long though, not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rent the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now. The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite as glowing, and she giggles. You're selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer, with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She's all you've been able to think of. I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess to how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar, but if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious! That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She's such an easy conversationalist, the time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she's so pretty. I've heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. The surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having lives, an agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it. You shake your head. No. You had never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. Favor? Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give to you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Oh, no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift, after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than her friendship, that is. The conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysay. She raises one eyebrow, even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please, do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Ow. Remember what I said, I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, if she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Now wait here, I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arcs elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last, her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her, it swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what are you to do? There's nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to the depths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They're much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I am not so sure about that. The mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter, it took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forwards, then holds a gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, like the petals of a flower being folded back. Oh, what a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You will make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have the shell because it makes me think of you. It does. How so? I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. I can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite a shame. You would waste your good looks, which, for a maiden such as yourself, would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all. The mermaid, with her smooth skin and her fair hair. I can scarcely believe it. There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you're not that pretty. Not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused, as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You've exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating an irregular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then, very softly, you thank her. It is quite all right. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. The days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can by going for long, bracing walks amidst the heather. What now? Heather? Foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Okay. Maybe. Typo. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Weather? Like W-E-A-T-H-E-R? Whatever. It's fine. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you are able to catch the odd fish here and there, small scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn too how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights, comparatively, are made of magic. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You've never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she's grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you've ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her. Hope within time that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. Ugh. You can see. My glasses are askew. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I've seen some of your world, for I've sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you've seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit while you know so little of my own. So would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There's much that I wish to show you, sights that I cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. It is quite a florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You're flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal, but after this flutter of flattery there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown and, mistrustfully, you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers, sharp as knives. Hesitantly you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming, it reminds you of a hungry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You're fearful for your own safety, should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but... Do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word.
Actually, that's the part where I'm afraid. If you don't let me go, how am I supposed to get back up and get air? Just saying.
Shyly you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon a rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You're still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she's nothing if not honest? That's exactly the point. Food for thought. So hi Robo, how are you? You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You're interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface out of sight. Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments... Oh, wrong voice. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you've ever experienced. And also the last you will ever experience. Ha 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 ha. Hey! Welcome back, room. Now would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me. I promise. I don't like how much she keeps saying she won't let me go. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair too is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow so that she almost looks like an angel. Beauty such that for a few moments you cannot do anything, neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arms shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. I mean, I know, like, from the rest of the sentence, I know what the word meant, but I've never heard that specific word before. Oh, old saying. Mm-hmm. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own hair, neck. Okay. So much for reading I can do. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now let us be on our way. There's much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns toward the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's, as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It's nostalgic almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions, that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. You are being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twine about yours. She dives forwards, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it is not just cold, it is freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here, beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far. Not yet, at least. But the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to your fairy tale little minds to be ancient relics brought to life by through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You've never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson, but that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. Or once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You've descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety, too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. There's so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and it is so dark now, in any event you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how will you communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead, fixedly, at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. The grip does not slacken, as you had hoped, from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in a calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Your lungs feel like iron, rather heavy." So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I've heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now what was that? What could she mean? "I mean," the mermaid answers, "can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough, and you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it, I promise. In death you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted?" You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting she nursed within a cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her. I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look very much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you're both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short and you're susceptible to so very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I'm far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, and closing its cold icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense, to me at least. My beloved cow had left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities, I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You will be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. Oh, the only! Thank you. For the posture check. That's the only unfortunate aspect of your plan? Really? Also, thank you for guidance. I'm fucking everything.
Thank you.
Second. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. A fish not cold-blooded like lizards. You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if you are to be happy. I'm doing this, you know, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you are too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captive. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you are crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still, unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. I have something in my eye. I can't see. What is it? I don't think we're gonna claw. I don't think we have the energy for that left. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly about your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. Will you forgive me if my sympathy is limited? You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and, in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Oh! I see! Sure. Accept it. First time? We're gonna go in order. That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you, so instead I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to gazette you? I know I've said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Okay. Nice. That's our first ending. One is lucky I go through now either more than once. Oh, really? I think we should just go in order. See what happens. We're gonna do all of them anyway. Okay. Let's see. What if we don't accept it? Fight. Ah, I like that look on your face. It is a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you're not happy with this ending. You did not come all of this way after all to drown. That is quite the decorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shell the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Ah, and then you go get back here. Okay. I see. Well, village next time then. My voice is gonna be dead by the end of this game, I can tell you that much. So you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over as much as you might wish it was, and there's still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. Lots of words, yes! Also lots of hard words. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on very aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine too the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know, from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even a kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelled within it. It is still cold though, and still foggy. It is still dark too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Diorama? Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rub smartly against the wooden door, your efforts to improve further to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There is nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purpose? Nobody's here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That is what you are thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens, not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach a church which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting, in your examination, the visceral heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names. I've never seen a word before in my life. Into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well, such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? There's so much to explore. You walk about the pyramid of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she's much, much more than her unremarkable experience might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of a shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There's something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes her skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Her footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she's looking at you. You can tell that she's pretty. Just me, as the game sound a bit loud. Still? I've turned the game down so many times. Is it because of the way I'm reading tonight? Because when I talk like this, it's not, right? It's just when I'm reading. I'm not complaining to you, by the way. I'm just sorry. Sorry. It's just I keep turning the game down. We went from 60 to it being at 40. I'm gonna turn it to 30 now. Do you think it's better now? Because I feel like you cannot hear it at all at this point. Is this any better? Maybe. It's better. Okay. Okay. So I'm just surprised. I keep thinking it's too low, but every other time it's like, no, it's still too loud. One second. It's not low at all. Okay. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Fight the BGM. I will. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue, like eyes. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The shovel she's clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst, but the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. The fingers which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly relax. Her lips curve upwards at the edges. No, I don't want to. What the hell? I want to return to the main menu. She's smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You're so relieved that you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you've wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Hi, Sammy! Did you sleep well? Good evening. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance, well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting? Thank you for the resub. The notification is right on top of her face. That's very pretty. Good morning. I hope you slept well. Like outside the game, thinking Gravedigger and Empty City would probably be the last person I would want to meet there. Oh, everyone else is dead. The only person who's still here is the one digging the graves. Trustworthy indeed. Actually, you know what I immediately had to think of? How hard do you think it is to get a graveyard shift, like an actual graveyard. Do they even have that as a job? Do people still work during the night to do security at graveyards? Is that still a job? Is it? Because I don't think I've ever seen anyone around a graveyard at night. But maybe that's just not a thing here. You don't think so? Why is it even called a graveyard shift when you work through the night? Because no one else is there, you're on your own? I think I would like to do a job that's during the night with no one to bother me. Security stuff. But I don't think anyone would hire me for security. I do not fit the part. I would like a job where I don't have to interact with people, generally. People in the post-mortem branch wear suits. Maybe. Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive, the only one in the whole world. No, this is quite the effusive greeting. Introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her peril would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else. The girl's expression falls. At least, they used to, back when there were still people to know. That ain't the case now, though, not after the plague. There was a plague. That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right, it's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Boom! The second title drop! Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burn. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she would be more distant somehow and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold kipping on the graves. This reminds me that I have to play another one of Ebi's older works. That was also free to play. It features a certain church and you coming there in the middle of the night, being lost. And I have liked the premise of that, but I don't know, that entire situation so much. It has been years and I still haven't gotten around to playing a free-to-play game. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation at the very least. You do not want to appear too eager. But you're and I'm sorry, I know this word, but how the fuck do you say it? Is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? Oh, is this game you've been seeing it make the rounds? Well, we already died once. We're probably gonna die another few times. I love the writing though. Oh, that's nothing new. I like ebi-hime's style of writing very much. I'm glad I'm playing it now. Because I've also been seeing it make the rounds. I hope it's gonna bring a few more people to ebi-hime's other works. Yay! We love dying! She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostels leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state that it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey, or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and it's perilously low. Not so much so that you're in danger of bumping your hand, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Ladle, not ladle. Is it? Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she is brewing within her. You can only hope that she is not, like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillet. I give up. Yes, I think this is just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite a long way and you must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You're so hungry you could eat a horse. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, hungry. I hate those fucking comics. Whoever first drew that one with the fucking horse looking like that, being like, oh, hungry. I cannot take it seriously. In Germany, it's actually the word we have for being super hungry is actually that you, like, if you were to translate it literally, it's like you're as hungry as a bear. Not that there are only horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. In France, it's wolf. I like that there's so many different ways of saying it in different languages. Like, we all technically mean the same thing, but we have way different ways of actually saying it. Hungry as a wolf. Oh. Honestly though, I feel like it makes more sense to say you're as hungry as, I don't know, big animal, and not you're so hungry you could eat a big animal. I would consider a horse a big animal. I wonder which one she is. Are you the cannibal? No, you're the one where we get buried alive, probably, considering our trigger warning. That would make more sense. Your hostess retrieves two earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours two hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. Isn't much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. Oh, dog's weather in French. Wait, what do we have? What do we have for bad weather? I don't actually know. Oh, we say it pours like it's coming out of buckets. If it's raining a lot. Soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that the people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh, you catch your hostess's gaze suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly though, and you have been suitably warmed, your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your bashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right, there was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see... Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries by the church, so we can tend to the graveyard. Aha, so this abode is centuries old then. I would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial, back when he was alive. He built the coffins and he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who's without much in the way of education. It is apparent just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons, not like you. Clearly, I've never had those either. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger says. That's about right, though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession, that's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that though, he taught me everything he knew and then some. I might be a woman, but I've plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat. I know eloquence, yeah. Not that I profess any eloquence. Possess. I can't. I give up. You know, I did say reading is the one thing I can do, but I give up. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits like basket weaving or sewing to better attract a suitor. Not that that would do me much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Oh, well. You can relate to her at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. Gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright, it was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all of my siblings too. You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? Dead, and in the ground, probably. The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh, you should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this false path. Oh. Don't apologize, it's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. You're gonna sleep. Okay, thank you for coming by. Get some rest. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we feel. It's a great equalizer. Also, I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear and can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life's around here. When food supplies were low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Until the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned the plague. You had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty. You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all. Feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but... The hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. The history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up on the wooden carts come to take them away with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask worriedly, surely they could not all have died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only, I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth. Honest to God. The people in the village died one after the other just like that. I saw what that plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all grey and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps, and then there were the boils. What now? The boils? Oh god. They were the size of eggs and they were full of pus. I can talk. When they bursted, stunk. The whole house was full of it, the stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was not good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him lying on his deathbed and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed and she felt sick too. And I felt bad for cursing her. Couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but thank you for that good time. The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flakes of falling snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptom as my father, the clammy skin, the fever and the boils. The boils grew, then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it would be alright until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried up. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, "I wish he'd just died." Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. Gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your eyes. Then you say very softly that you're sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that this is not the case. Your suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Some people should learn that suffering is not a competition. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. You really deserve such kindness. Oh, again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder though why I never felt sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now under the earth where the plague can reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. We're able to escape from all the suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though... The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes. Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. Priests who preached at the church who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on a lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. Gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... What? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pet her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hands? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindly. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. There would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. It's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough in a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. Gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is in all likelihood the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in a room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why, it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found that sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find fault with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger, once she has finished her preparations, to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there is a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you will half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked lining of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I get you this too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly as she hands you a folded gown. For sleeping. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are a little shabby. She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit all right. It's clean, if nothing else. Accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn. The fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon. I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. No matter how hard I try to hold out on a yawn, it hits me sooner rather than later. I can't help it. The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed in. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable at least than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. So physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. Fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you're spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your grey, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first, over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued, and on and on and on, as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then at long last you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest to which you were sometimes forbidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. You knew at once as you stood there standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you wake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in a manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. "Oh, you look awful! I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast." And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite a simple affair, nothing like this luxurious life you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile like a field of blooming bellflowers. "It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else," she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets your chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you wake after midnight, the sheet twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so though, particularly when you're sweeping the floor, keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. "Why," you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, "do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left after all to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it." "What's the point in it? The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky your temperament is so very placid. "I don't suppose there's any point to it, really," the gravedigger eventually says with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all, is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it instead out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spend my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. A laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the grey, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, and then looks to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoke with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and wide. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Does she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before, in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious! Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, very which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups, during your stay, have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with, but... Oh, I should brew some tea too, let me. Ah yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. Gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You walk alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, and then partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past, that or play cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright, you don't need to stay up with me, not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just What? Regurgitating? What the fuck? A phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. What? I have never seen that word before in my life. Every day I play a game in English and I think to myself, truly, how come I have managed to get some of my... It's not a degree, but what the hell? How did I manage to pass my fucking... Oh, foreign language correspondence thing. Truly. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. Where does she sleep, anyway? You bid the gravedigger enter into your room, therefore without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes are stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, lying about her face? Why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to these recounted during the Great Plague which once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that... Before that? This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering... would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right, it's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought... well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she's the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she's been so very good to you, and she's done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you're certain you've made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately, in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It would be my honor. Now let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive, then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melts with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You've not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft just like silk, not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. His gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice when next she speaks is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It is funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much. Gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? Stop! Stop having hiccups, boy. I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all of the cooking and the cleaning, oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough despite that to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled, not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very... well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of a princess wearing a fine dress. Gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. Not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. Still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother, high hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Her profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... well, I don't know, she always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. My God! I'm sorry. Ow. Ow. Keep burning my feet on my computer because it's running super fucking hot. I don't know why. Thank you for that. I did that. I think I'm actually gonna try and turn on my fan and see if the microphone picks it up, because if it doesn't, that would greatly cool my room down. High CPU demand, VN? Yeah, for sure, definitely. Extremely. Let me try to turn on my fan, and then you guys can tell me if my microphone picks it up or not. Because if it doesn't, nice. Assuming I can get this thing on, because it's wonky as hell. It doesn't really like to stay on very much. Oh, come on.
the microphone pick that up?
Doesn't seem like it. At least I cannot see it. Make a noise. Huh. Looks good. Fucking summer. It's a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will either. A cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that of course your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know, he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice. At least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, but she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there letting the brush run through your hair, and you say, quietly, that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, gravedigger says after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. That's nice. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. I mean, he suffered from a plague. What are you supposed to do? Suddenly come up with some kind of miracle medicine? Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms of telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been all alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forwards, her arms wound about her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries and she cries and she cries. For a few moments you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls among tombstones in a graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however, you cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there's something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you're tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully resting. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. Oh. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger stiffens your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You've never consoled any friends before, because you've never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You're as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she stirs there, still as a statue cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. That's fair. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulders, blades, and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your clothes, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are relevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets, you still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You've already accepted the gravedigger after all, every single inch of her. You've accepted her hospitality. You've accepted her food. Now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. The clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there's only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There's the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There's this gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy as though weighed down with stones. They droop inexplorably downwards, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Don't do that. Don't yawn. Can you people just fall asleep without yawning beforehand? Is that too much to ask for? All I want is no mention of someone yawning just once. For once in my life, I want to play a game where people don't yawn. No! I'm not sleeping. Not sleeping. Not sleeping yet, at least. Not sleepy yet. Yeah, no, I'm not. I know sleepy. I know sleepy. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep, more deeply than you've allowed yourself in quite some time. Strong, independent doer need no sleep. Wah, wah, wah. Sleep for the weak. For real. Sleep do be for the weak. Oh my god. God damn it. 1 second. Okay, let me get those yawns. I mean, I do love sleeping as well. Can't say I've fallen asleep while standing. True! But to be in my defense, I was drunk at the time. Your feet hurt. You've been walking too much. I mean, to be fair, that's what you do when you go on a vacation somewhere, right? You walk a lot, and everything hurts. Drunk on power. When you awake, you find that you're no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you're quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold too, and you are lying upon something hard. Some sort of a stone slab. What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There is something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before upon waking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best as you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There's a wall above you and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You've never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which initially you try to discard. Dying of lack of oxygen is hours, staying way quicker than water or food. Is it? I know that drowning is actually quite an excruciating process because you just lose consciousness over and over again. Because your body tries to get air back into your lungs to keep working, but if you're surrounded by water, there's like you just keep going in and out of consciousness. That's why it takes so long and is a horrible way of going. Lack of water is way slower. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sound of drumming. It is as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. Lack of snow would be dangerous. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It is dirt. The sound continues on and on as though it is drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is a man of mistake. Once she realizes that you are in fact entombed in one of the coffins she's currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, or while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's dirty lid, but you recognize it. "So you're awake then, are you, dear one?" the gravedigger says. "I will hold you very close. Come here. I will hold you very close." She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice, "Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad." Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are just so tense you are attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best as you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right, you really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really is committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend. "We are friends," the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. "I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you."
Well, thank you for the tail.
I've had a really good time with you these last... how long's it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. Like the fact that you're currently being buried alive and she's probably gonna kill you that way. A friend to die for. Well. Thank you
For the pasta check.
and saving my game entire time.
Yeah.
Big care package.
Packets.
You saved over the save you deemed earlier. That's my main save. Oh, of course I want to save on the main save. What do you mean? I don't usually make lots of saves while playing visual novels, not gonna lie. Thank you for the pat. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand, but you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. If you see path-altering choices, yeah! This game does not have many choices. The few it does have, I feel like we're gonna get through one by one anyway. Do tons of saves, okay. If I ever do read Fate, I'm probably gonna try and use a guide, if there are any guides for Fate. Yeah. Save scamming and autosave. Sometimes the autosave can be good. More often than not, it does fuck you over though. Except for the, you know, the one reload of the autosave actually did you good. Surprisingly enough. We're just gonna pretend it was all planned. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see. It is too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody put them in, not for ages. It was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. I'm the type to usually go the true route first and then pick up the bad endings afterwards. And one time I also accidentally saved over the wrong thing and then I had to skip back through the entire fucking thing to get back to that one ending. Anytime, Sammy. It was a very nice game. I really want to see the other ways it could end. And other stuff that could happen in it. Also the entire thing, seeing as I wasn't there for the full full experience. Oh, 20 hours. Oof. That hurts. You know no good will come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate, until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother and I buried my father. I buried all of my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic, in a sense, as the thought of a gravedigger digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah yes, there's a bit of a flaw with the reasoning, is there not? You are not dead after all. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be if given enough time. Yeah, I was like, did you not just start burying people whether they were dead or not? Like maybe her father died to a disease, and maybe that the one lady who looked at him also died of the same disease. But did everyone die of the disease? Did you not just start like burying everyone regardless? I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die quickly if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate. That, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You are unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger and quickly while she's still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way at least I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot close to my home, so you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she's doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she's going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one, says the gravedigger very gently. Just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over. Small dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. Might be true, she also got some matches she's seen people to play. Oh. Yeah. I mean... assuming everyone around you dies to a horrifying new illness that no one has any cure for, and you're the only one that doesn't get hit by it, and you have to bury all of these people. You see your friends and most cherished people die. Might be a tad traumatic. New illness. No! Please. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You got a fever, the only prescription for it is more nostrils. I try. Give me another set of like vocal cords and we could be doing this for even longer, but oh my god. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Which doctor do you need to pray for that? He's got a nice voice. No, I mean, I would like to keep my own. I would like to keep my own voice. Granted, not gonna lie, I think I have relatively strong vocal cords to even keep talking as long as I usually do, be it for normal streams, but even more so for visual novels where, you know, I do all the talking all the time. Because with games like these, there's no stopping, right? Because if I don't read, it's not gonna be read. So it can't really not read it. Why am I getting notifications on the servers? I don't even use it. Ah! Unless there's English voice acting. I mean, to be fair, if there's Japanese voice acting, I don't read the text either. Like everyone on their own for that one. As soon as it's voiced, no matter what the language is, I don't read it out loud. In this way, could be having like a no better Robert reads some characters line. Like a text to speech thing. But then that would still be a lot of work. Brother, you climbed to the doctor. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? I see, again. Well, we're always gonna do the acceptance first, because this game also features achievements, and I want to get those. Very well then, enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but it is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, even if you're buried deep beneath the earth. Where there's a will, there's a way, and even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Following those gamer points. Yeah. It's easy enough to get these achievements, so I'm gonna get them. What do these extras mean? Oh, a gallery? Ooh, I see. I guess that each route gets like 2 pages. 2 artworks. Okay. Oh! Fight against your fate! Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well, I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you're rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Dun 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 dun! Dun 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 dun! There's only one more path left! Oh, is there? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Snake! 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 I have not played a single Metal Gear and I probably never will. Just saying. So you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once the beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. You like rising, mate? I think you've told me that before, actually. I think every time we tend to talk about Metal Gear, you're like, I would probably like rising. I think the designs are nice. And I've seen that one boss fight where you fight this one American guy who's just all muscles and... God. Fucking no, looks like a meme. Isn't he the president or something? Don't know what game that is from. You have to cut things every which way with a big sword. Nice! A senator. Okay, that was close. That was close. Oh, that's rising. I see, okay. Armstrong. Yeah, his arms look strong. My arm is bleeding. Why? I would rather you not do that. We just got finished being buried alive. Now it's time for the cannibal. Probably. I'm assuming next one's gonna be the cannibal. That's the only one we haven't seen yet. Where's the cannibalism in this, Yuri? I was promised cannibalism. Hi! I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. I still don't know. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on very aching legs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your very head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be of fair hair and of blue of eye. With soft pink limbs pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake, if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps. What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there that armored knights will cost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, and cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Hither? If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding like a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push, less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. Maybe the truth is buried. The mansion part in Tsukihime? Oh, I have not read Tsukihime. I'm actually a little reminded of Amelie right now. You stand at the very end of the hall. Meanwhile, there's a large elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle's empty. You have a cosplay at a convention, you're going as this chair from Tsukishima. Okay. I will read it someday so I know what chair you're talking about. And let me go outside real quick. Oh, if that is the case though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes to the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find the pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor too you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular lit, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamt of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She's so striking you cannot look away from her. I don't think I would be willing to stream the entirety of Tsukihime. That is a length for a visual novel that I'm not willing. Like, that is a live project. I would be willing to read it for myself. Sure. But not stream it. That's too long. No, it would be a live project because that way I would have to read everything out that is not voiced. That's the long part. If we read this in the speed it takes me to read stuff for myself without reading it out loud, we would be done with the game already. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting a china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is a bedchamber, adjusting her teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you are mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful, so much so it is breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight-errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside, then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space, and takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. You're my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You love that dress? Yeah, it's really, really pretty. Change. Oh! Ah, yeah. I got it. I get it. It's because of... Wait, you can't see my cursor. Hold on. You still can't see my cursor, can you? Oh, there it is. This part here, right? This part reminds me of the chain charms. Yeah. I get it. Also, by the way, you know, since I now have the chance to show you my cursor, if anyone wants a newer cursor, you can get it if you're on my Discord. Hehe. Also, the artist is gonna post it on their own Twitter sometime soon, so I can actually push it again. But yeah, if anyone wants a cute little blinky newer cursor for their own enjoyment. Yippee! You'd never leave me alone, or when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy! The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot master confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why? You barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. I'm sorry, with what eyes? Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her finger sliding away from your own. Am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she is still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. Pray that she forgives you, though, for your Discombobulation. You come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why? You've spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then from another country, I see. I won't pry into your past then if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everyone in this country knows who I am after all, or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she's merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of those foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure really to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully you stammer out a new address, that you're very sorry for intruding upon her and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's alright. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. Oh, wonderful. I look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. The tales are all the same and so are the superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get a chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think the ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright, you don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle's so big, and without my servants it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Yammering on more like yammering on! Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. The room ceiling is not as high, and a singular bed shoved against the walls thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. So if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now here we are, the fun stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it is to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For Princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between a princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed's sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as a dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all crammed. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together there's barely enough room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went out there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maid's all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though in the attic with all those empty beds, I didn't think you'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It would be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her, manners be damned. You were always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. I'm sure you get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It doesn't seem like very long that you were still in the forest running for your life amongst the tall imposing trees with the gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale, and lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired, your sleep is a deep dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a penactoscope, were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you're remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first to your last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snapped up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and grace of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out at least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelled within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did and the slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with his sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. The professor looked at your face, she could not bear to look at your hand, and then he demanded to know why you could not be more careful. The tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself when you handed your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar, a wide raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates too would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did, but it seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. Isn't that a typo? Shouldn't this then be written with an E, or am I losing my mind? If I mean next to nothing, then the blood in my veins would be even more inconsequential. Yeah? Okay. Not that it matters, I'm just like, wait. You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room. one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. You grow furious as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You're running through the woods trying to escape from... You shudder. You don't want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip though, because you're still in one piece. Awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You in the mood for a midnight snack, but it's not midnight yet?
I think you can have a midnight snack even if it's slightly before midnight. It does not need to be at exactly midnight. Yes! I give you permission to have a midnight snack even if it's still under the 50 minutes until midnight. You know what? I will have a snack right now. So you can have one as well.
One new stream without me munching on something at some point? No. Probably not. You still have all of your limbs and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed and blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see lying upon the sheets a garment. 2 garments actually, black and white, folded into a neat white square. Could that be a maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. The princess put them there. If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many rooms and many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, and find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of a duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the warm morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosetting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she's largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well,
Nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again you call to the princess and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs and turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you've learned anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in a conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. Alright, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up, you don't need to nag me. Once you've roused the princess from her bed and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her to... You aid the princess in a brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you right, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learned your lessons about that already. To the be chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eye, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You've never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I thought we looked much different. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. She's much, much prettier than you are. But she's waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up, with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You want to watch, but you don't want to be spoiled. I'm not gonna lie, Room. You just listening to me, seeing as I'm quite literally reading out everything the game has to offer, is not already spoiling you on the entire game? Question mark? Ooh. Wait, ooh, that sounds nice. Oh, I could go for potato salad. I wish I had potato salad right now. You haven't been listening that much, to be honest. How dare you? Hi, TK, good evening. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful as fluid as a dancer's. You're talk of undressing. You're listening but not actually following the dialogue. Oh, understandable. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy.
The moments pass awkwardly and easily as you search, the princess standing there all the while as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are. The princess, noting your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you were doing." "I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not ask where it is. Maybe it slipped your mind." It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. "My dress is in my armoire," the prince says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. "I like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me?" "I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked." She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside the wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils on hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with the skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. "Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you." Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. "Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It would be rude not to in any way. I think you're very pretty too." Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, with all of this excessive blushing, but the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You're making yourself quite the easy target. "Now," the princess declares, "why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside." Compliments won't get you anywhere. Yeah. I wouldn't be so sure about that. You can think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant, her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light tall and imposing, face the soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. Mustard is a good compliment. Oh my god. She gambles about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. The frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. How very pretty. Do you think they're gorgeous? Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Thank you for the heightened time and the posture check. Thank you for the pet. Jesus. Though the other flowers in the beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich bright red, just like blood, their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there's something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... oh, they're simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bed chamber. Could use a bit of color. Thank you for the pet. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who do you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like a bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal which crowns her nearly denuded flower. And with a triumphant smile she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she's been reciting is one that you're familiar with. Girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game. The younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally I was thinking of you. Naturally? She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheek almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, and as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelled within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You've not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles, as smiling, she wraps her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite amusing diversions, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can tell. You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring. Princess says, tossing the roses strip stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try, please do, it'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what Faith has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... oh no! You're clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers.
Roses have thorns too, a fact you're now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. Take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger's stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I had not suggested a silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude, once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors, it simply is not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please hold still, this might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she, instead, encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand. Her eyes are fixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. Maybe it's checks in the images I see that activate until not to connect that. Sure. I like the writing style so much. While it uses lots of hard words that make me lose my mind, the writing in and of itself just has such a nice flow to it. It's a midday snack, it really is. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. Sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh! The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward. Awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She's the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your fingers still nestled against her tongue. Ooh! I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like that? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now, that was quite a sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury is not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You're not accustomed to the intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew that what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings or deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point you should be used to rejection. It still stings though. It stings much, much more than any thorn and any rose ever could. The days pass following your misadventures in a rose garden in a relaxed and hurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there's no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. Prepare the guillotine! No! You can scarcely recall as you lay down in your bed the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. You've become quite besotted with her, but you're yet to realize it. Make her guilty. Room, you know what? Maybe go back to just muting the headset and doing whatever it is you were doing. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Ayo. You're in the princess's chamber later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there's little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That, and the fire which crackles in the grate. You're busy writing down all these jokes. I see. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess who's lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go just yet. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unusually warm. Is she alright? I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky when a pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. Bedchamber. I keep saying bed because of the chamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in a bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Would she really be alright all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceiling bedchamber? You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. Why is my PC going fucking crazy? Sorry, what is it? I'm playing one singular visual novel and streaming it. Why am I at 98% CPU usage? What the fuck? Okay, never mind, it's going down. Okay. What the hell? It's got a crypto mine installed eBay to make the money somehow. What the fuck? What do I have open? Jesus Christ, hold on. Oh god. It's Chrome. Chrome is killing my computer. And we're down to 42% CPU usage. Okay then. Maybe it'll stop being so fucking hot though. No, Discord is fine. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this. Please, perhaps, that you're taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were poor students in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at. I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and I certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on a bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing's woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one, oh please. The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly, so much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess, upon a luxurious bed which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon a bedside table and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the books are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess, a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against the pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, should my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety? Well, of course, you reply, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid." You still hung up about that? The princess titters. Don't pay too much heed, I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are great issues with the princess's plan and the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one, I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is of course a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged companion, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes the next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so... I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then just as slowly you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for lowly domestics such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She's waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lips begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Free bed sheets. Yay! Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come. And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I'm but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are, you capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, and rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but the sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow and with a shaky voice you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You're quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know, when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. You turn a smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor, or an astrophysicist, or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. But now at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep it was in a bed, a nice warm bed no less, beneath soft comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not in fact lying at all. You are standing instead against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together, sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that it is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber wherein you fell asleep is a thing now of the past. You're standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the sting. You're not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here. Others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants, which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped in some sort of burgundy goo which might once have been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not pollute her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there you see a woman who's missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there you see another who's missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone?
For what?
You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This is too glacial. It is obvious that the escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. An electronic stimulation of water dripping. Ooh. Yeah. That's an apt description. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that is an interesting point to consider, would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. No, dingy. Dingy cell? Dingy? I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she's come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess chills, entering the dungeon with a series of light-lifting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Playfully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which splits one entry, but rarely have an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but... Once again the princess giggles, a light airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then I would have gotten dirty and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best as you can, but though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who changed you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Well, yes, so very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only that I've done that to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Hi, good morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm feeling about me watching you stream on Switch. Ooh, nice. Does Switch exist on the Switch? Or are you using some kind of exploit? Hi. YouTube? But I'm not streaming on YouTube. It's noon, but yes, good morning. Well, I mean, it's like midnight. Ooh, okay. A nap. Nice. Oh, it does? Oh, I didn't know that. I knew that YouTube was on the Switch, but I didn't know that Twitch had an app as well. Good to know. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I kill you. Naturally. There it is again. The word which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural for me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in a dungeon and letting them die. Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that I will be eternally appreciative. You slay the princess on my radar. I've seen Manly play that one. Or the demo of that one. Is it completely out? It does ring a bell. You got a Lego game for the Switch? Nice. I hope you enjoy that. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Uh-oh. Wait, am I thinking of the... Wait, hold on. Let me look up what you mean. If I'm even thinking of the right game. Slay the princess. No, I'm thinking of the right one, yeah. Yeah. I'm guessing it's a demo then. Yeah. There's a game for that one. I've seen Manly play the demo for that one. Yes. Probably would not play it myself, but I am interested in what it's gonna be like once it releases fully. For $2? That's a steal. Good for you. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. Princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me, I want to feel you inside me. Oh. Sexual? Or slash cannibalism. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than Maringe and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. That maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. It's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. What else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there's something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. Simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my under-maids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her.
You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. Eating people isn't very nice. Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. I don't think this world has a police. Oh, but a way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. Princess listens to your arguments. Her expression is astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny, but why would I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point, but would eating people not turn her subject against her?
Stop! You violated the law.
What subject? I'm not fooled, you know. No matter how my decked, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you're a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask for the only question you can think of to ask, which your very throat, which is sore from shouting. If my throat is also very... Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I'm a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me. And you're very pretty alongside it. Time for bed? Okay. Thank you for coming by. Some rest. Seem Piglock and away when they leave for building out a piece.
Stop! Stop right there, criminal scum! You violated the law!
No! I've in fact tried to play Oblivion one time, very many years ago, on a PS3, and I immediately managed to glitch some rats into the wall. Like, a friend came over with her copy of the game, and we immediately managed to glitch the rats, and then we didn't get much further. I don't think we ever actually left, like, the very beginning area of the game. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine, then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. Tied to rats? Oh no! It is cold in a dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tongues. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great, greedy goblets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twine around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She's far too unworldly. You are sure as your consciousness begins to fade that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled between your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder, still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. The teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There's so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you, or with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite a sorry sight indeed, but you forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that is what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again.
Ooh, boy!
One more! That is a good answer. I must admit I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entry, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take?
Which path will I take?
Can't say I like this one much, but it's the only option I can take, so, give up. So you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards and your foot gets caught in a tree root.
You're certain that you passed this route once already and that you sidestepped it. That perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards, dull and senseless, like a sack full of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead in your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stem. You're not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you're crying, but you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I've not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to a hardship. Why then are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That is why they teased you so much. It is because they knew there would be a guaranteed reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you try to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, you think you can hear footsteps approaching you. There to your right is the snapping of a twig, to your left the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You're so panicked you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you, nobody but me. I've always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely and abandoned. But I've had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind away about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I've been watching you all night, but this is the first time I've reached out to you in so direct a manner. Do you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I'm holding you, you're still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We've spoken before, have we not, when you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library? You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you're being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I'm a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I do not wish to hurt you. You asked after all that I love you, and that is what I did. I've drowned you in my love. I've buried you beneath my love. I've swallowed you with my love. You've always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see? That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you are very lucky, do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite as many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. Zebi, thank you for taking the time to read It Gets So Lonely Here. I hope it was an enjoyable experience. I usually leave a few notes in my VMs to explain what inspired me, so I guess I'll do that now. Yeah, true. The biggest inspiration behind It Gets So Lonely Here was the two-part novel series The Orphan's Tale by Catherine Valente. The Orphan's Tales are an interesting couple of novels which take a lot of cues from fairy tales and folklore across the world. These stories contain dragons, witches, werewolves, genies, and mermaids, but they aren't told in a linear fashion. The Orphan's Tales itself is pulling a lot in terms of structure from 1001 Nights, because the story is broken up into a lot of smaller bite-sized stories which are set in a framing narrative. I don't have all of the achievements, so I don't think we're all the way done. I don't have all of the achievements yet, so we're gonna see what that's about. But I want to read this first, because technically, I guess maybe the story's over. These bite-sized stories seem unrelated at first, but they eventually converge by the end of the second novel, and it's revealed that the framing narrative itself is steeped in as much magic as the stories the narrator, well, the numerous narrators, were spinning. It is a very interesting series which is told in a very non-conventional manner, with a lot of series running into other stories, seemingly jumbled jumping between stories, and side characters from previous tales offering their perspective and assuming narrative roles in their perspective in future tales. The narrative can be a bit difficult to keep track of in the beginning because it hops around a lot between a lot of different characters who are all embarking upon fantastical adventures of their own, but seeing all these seemingly disparate threads merge was very satisfying. Maybe the final achievement is the friends you made along the way, maybe. Wait, hold on. Let me see what it actually says. Ugh. Assuming the Steam overlay wants to open up. Since when am I online in Steam? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not usually online. Yeah, there's another 4 achievements. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I've honestly not read a book like it before. It took a lot of well-known fairy tales and some lesser-known fairy tales, and it's something unique with them. It's all very avant-garde. In any case, I liked the Orphan's Tales enough that I wanted to write something similar. I thought it would be fun to craft a story of my own comprised of multiple different fairy tales, all wrapped up in a framing narrative. In any case, I liked the... wait. I turned this idea over in my head for about 2 or 3 years, but I didn't have any concrete ideas, so I wound up shelving it. It wasn't until the 2023 Yandere Game Jam that I decided to revisit the idea. I was doing a bit of brainstorming, jotting down random concepts for a story which could work, and decided I wanted to write a Yandere story with a fairy tale vibe. I had a few disparate ideas, but nothing which felt substantial enough to carry a whole narrative. I was also torn between writing the princess's story or the Gravedigger story as standalone narratives. I liked both of them conceptually, but they seemed a bit too simple. Then it struck me, why not combine these 2 ideas, like Catherine Valente did in the Orphan's Tales, and build a narrative around them. I thought this would be a fun project to work on, and it would be especially suitable for the visual novel medium. The Orphan's Tales is a novel, so the reader doesn't have any say in what fairy tales they visit as they read through the text, well, unless that reader decides to flip about to random pages like a fighting fantasy novel, which maybe wouldn't be a bad way to experience a book which was written in a deliberately disjointed way. So the reader gets pulled through a lot of seemingly unrelated stories at random until things start to come together. Visual novels are known for having roots, however, even the most generic bishoujo games. Except people expect multiple stories when reading the ends, and it's a fairly common phenomenon for characters to get a spotlight in their own route, but be sidelined when some extreme cases disappear from the narrative altogether in other characters' routes. By writing this fairy tale pastiche as a visual novel, I figured it would feel more natural to section these short stories ahead into their own self-contained routes, which only converge once you've read all of them. Okay. I was pretty excited about this idea, but I only had 2 stories to hand, the princess's story and the Gravedigger story. I thought having only 2 routes would feel rather meager, so I decided to add a 3rd route, or third story into the mix, that of the mermaids. The Gravedigger's story and the princess's story were both pulled from ideas I've been turning over for a while already. I might revisit the princess's story at some point and make a longer Yuri event with a similar premise, someday. But the mermaid story was one I thought of mostly to make up numbers for this project. As such, I think the mermaid story feels a little less inspired than the Gravediggers and the princesses, and it also features at least dialogue between the main character and her so-called love interest. Which is funny, because we did the mermaids first and I felt it was the longest? But maybe that was because I couldn't really tell how long each part of it was going to be until the part where they love you to death happens. I think The Mermaid's Route is the weakest story narratively speaking, but I do like the aesthetic of her story a lot. I think her character design is very pretty, and I think she wound up with the most appealing character theme song. Plus, since it committed to the fairy tale theme, I really did want to write a love interest who wasn't a human. I thought it would be a bit boring to have a fairy tale themed VN when all of their roots deal with human girls, so the Mermaid's existence brings a bit more magic into the story. I designed these 3 character routes to be relatively short on purpose. Firstly, because this VN was created for a game jam and I didn't want to overburden myself with writing 3 long complex routes in a month. And secondly, because I wanted the story to feel vague, unfixed and ethereal. Death by choo-choo! Death by choo! Okay. You got some bangers. Some special bangers tonight, room. It was this desire which resulted in the main character not having any direct dialogue, the details of her past being so sparse and fragmented, and it's also why none of the characters have names. I wanted the characters to feel more like fairy tale archetypes rather than, well, characters, which is why they get referred to by the roles in the story as opposed to names. The princess remains a princess, the mermaid is the mermaid, the gravediggers... Well, gravediggers aren't a common character archetype in fairy tales at all, are they? At least I don't think I've encountered any who had prominent roles. I guess she's a bit of an outlier then. Her character and her design were mostly inspired by Grey from Lord Melio's case files. Oh, but she's cute, so it's okay, right? Right? I also decided to write the story in second person, which is something I've only done once before and sparingly in Once on a Windswept Night. Which is one of the... I've read Once on a Windswept Night. Or have I? Now I'm unsure. I think I've read Once on a Windswept Night. Hold on. Once on a Windswept Night. No! I own it though. Or maybe that's one of the ones that's also free to play? Once on a Windswept Night is free to play, yeah, but I have it in my library. Where you get to name your character. Oh. I don't write in second person very much since it's an unusual method of storytelling in general, but I thought it would add to the overall atmosphere of the story. Having a faceless narrator address you as you feels a bit more unsettling, I think, than first or third person narration, which are more standard. Though I suppose by the end of the story the narrator isn't so faceless after all. Since the narrator is a character in her own right and she does occasionally offer her own thoughts and remarks upon the events in the story, would that make the narration first person instead? I wonder. The use of second-person narration was also inspired in part by Slay the Princess by ebi-hime, which is a visual novel with rather unusual presentation which I enjoyed a lot. Also pulled some inspiration from Optimal Conditions for Sacrifice by Mosinasi, which is a looping narrative like the one presented in It Gets So Lonely here, a lot of meta elements and very beautiful artwork. Oh. Mosinasi actually agreed to work with me on the art for It Gets So Lonely here, which made me even more excited about this project. I think the art is gorgeous and it really captures the fairy tale aesthetic I was going for. I'm very honest she agreed to work with me. The artwork is great! I like the vibe. I could probably say more things about the story, but that's enough for now. Once again, I hope you enjoyed your time spent with it. So if you check the art gallery, isn't there a picture which is still locked? I wonder why that could be. Maybe you should go through the story again. You might find something that'll surprise you. Oh really? Aha! See! Welcome back from online shopping. There's something that is still locked. I wonder. What happened to my save files? Weird. Guess we'll just start from the beginning. Let's see, can I skip? Oh. You're running through a forest, but this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. You've been here before, haven't you? It is beginning to feel like you've been running for a long, long time, but the sun, despite the overwhelming weariness which assails your legs, has yet to rise. Why, I wonder, could that be? You are sure as you run that you've seen all this already. You've seen the fractal pattern of the moon's milky glow as it spills on the uneven forest floor and the trees which jut out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god. You've seen wicked brambles which sought to ensnare you, and I might add succeeded, and tree roots hooked like the choppy fingers of witches fouled in an eye which sought to trip you. You've cut your feet. You've torn your skirt. You've taken numerous paths, yet they all ended in failure. Once you had hope. Now it is gone. You've already given in to me. So why are you still running? Silly girl. Did you really think you could escape from me after all I have subjected you to already? There's no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I'm hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you, but no matter. You're a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not burned out. Not just yet. The spark of it still remains, a spark that I mean to extinguish for good. It is pointless, you know, trying to escape from a witch's curse. In this forest of phantasmagoria, constructed from my own powers, I am a creator goddess, Mother Earth if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves and ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you, in the palm of my hand. I will not let you get away that easily. Very well. If you insist on playing this little game, then I will indulge you. I will play along. We can do this all over again. Now where were we? Oh yes! You are still running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a falling god are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, though, with the light of the sun to aid you, it will be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind, none beyond the almost overwhelming impetus to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught, though it is too late, I suppose, for that. You have no choice, therefore, to keep going. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You run and you run and you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself though, why would you? You have put all that effort after all into running forwards, not just once, but twice. I doubt you mean to confront me. How can you when you're so very afraid? I can hear your teeth chattering, you know? I can see your legs trembling. Your fear rolls off you in waves more potent than any perfume. Your anxiety is truly staggering. It is a wonder, really, how you're able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You will keep putting your foot in front of the other, though, no matter which decision you make. You will not turn back. How could you? You are far too cowardly. Now, the 3 paths are signposted as well, you know, which would be a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. But you ought to be used to strange sights by now. It is dark, but that does not matter. You've seen the signpost before, and you know full well where each path will lead you. I would say that fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that is incorrect. Your fate is and always has been mine to manipulate. Must we really go through this rigmarole again? You won't discover anything new, you know. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess will not deviate from the scripts which have already been prepared for them. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further responses for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again. But no matter, if this is what you want, I shall provide it for you. Go ahead. Carry your life away, again and again and again. Be drowned by love, be buried by love, be consumed by love. Then when you have had enough and you can no longer stand, submit yourself once again to my embrace. And let yourself experience the love as precious few humans have ever had the misfortune of experiencing. Okay. Let's do it again then. It really is the exact same text though, because we actually just get to skip it. But there has to be something different after we go through all of this, so I'm just gonna let it run. That's a very nice skipping speed, by the way. I am unsure if we need to get both again. Ah, so I thought you might say that. You were able to resist the pressure of the ocean's waves once before, but that feels like a lifetime ago. Perhaps it is. You're tired now and you want nothing more than to succumb. I cannot say that I blame you. I can see how tired you are, dear one. But worry not. I will still be there for you, even if you have to spend your days languishing at the bottom of the ocean. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Ooh, okay. Fight. Oh, you still wish to soldier on, do you? That's remarkable, given this is the second time you have been pulled beneath the ocean's surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now. But no matter, you really are stubborn. I cannot promise a better fate than this awaits you, regardless of what you might choose, but I'm willing to indulge you. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you once thought. You and I both know, however, that this never was the case, not now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I cannot wait to find out. Oh, I like this. There is no way we're getting out of this. But still. Time to get buried alive. Oh, fuck! Ah, I didn't save! Fuck. Fuck, I'm stupid. No! Oh, ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! I thought you might say that. You might have defied me once before, but I can see the fire has long since begun to leave your eyes. You've been subjected to too many horrors for one so young. Though even if you were of a more advanced age, I fear your faculties would have begun to fail you regardless. Humans are not meant to die as many times as you have. They are supposed to pass on only the once. You've experienced something few others have. In that sense, you're quite fortunate. But I suppose it does not feel like it. I can see how very tired you are, but worry not. I will still be there for you, even though you've been shut away far too soon inside your own tomb. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm speedrunning this. My, this is certainly unexpected. I'd have rather thought after everything you've been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last to my loving embrace. I'm ready to embrace you, should you so desire it, and cradle you with my unassailable affection. But it seems you're not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you have any hope of succeeding. Hi Raiders, hi Aura, welcome in!
I knew I liked the color pink vision novels and JRPGs, and we're currently busy getting buried alive again. Hi! Welcome, welcome. How was stream? How was Sonic?
Were you a fast blue boy? I don't know anything about the Sonic games. There's only one Sonic game I know a little bit about. That's the one where Shadow is in space with a very human-looking girl. Who probably is a human, who does not really fit into the whole art style. You died a lot, but it was funny. That sounds good. We also died a lot. We're in the process of dying right now. We're getting buried alive. Second time, because we're trying to get everything this game has to offer. So that's fun. I'm far, far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever even begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in, but perhaps I have not loved you effusively enough. Not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I only want what is best for you, you know? Hurting you hurts me too. But if that is what you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. You may never know if I continue to struggle to do your best. It would not work. We should be entertaining if nothing else. Such as the nature of Sonic 06. And to the castle! Cannibalism! Again. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. And once more! Accept your fate. Yes, I thought you might say that. Though you once summoned forth the courage to persevere. I hate that word. Despite the odds, your strength has begun to fail you. You're tired now, and this is more than you can endure. Being eaten alive not just once, but twice is more than any ordinary human could ever hope to endure.
Yeah, you know, there's a very specific Umineko character you could ask about that.
And you, though headstrong and nothing more than a little girl. Why, you're so very slender you might as well be a fair flower. I can see how very you have become, but worry not. I will still be there for you, even though you might be bleeding out in a dark, dingy dungeon. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be Right. Oh, you wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given this is the second time you've been devoured so heartily. Of all the demises you have experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you are tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I'm not the wicked witch you might think I am, and I would be willing to show you mercy should you want it. But I can tell that you do not want it. Goodness me, you're stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight? There's no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well, let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands, or so I once told you. You ought to know now, however, that this was never truly the case. You still belong to me. I'm not going to let you get away from me, not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. Okay, so what happens at the give up section then? Since this is our second time. There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You've been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you have made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmares. You're kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they're bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue. You blink, but it is so very dark in these woods you fear you cannot see. There's a heavy, leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it has frozen. That or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red gobbets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, you know, just as much as I am mine. Though I might have trapped your hands, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing save stretching your mind beyond its limitation. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. That what? Was that 2 already? So did I... Yeah, okay. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you, let me embrace you, let me love you. What do you say to that?
Dun dun dun.
You had got your tongue, hmm? Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish, one day, to whisper sweet nothings to me. I'm an all-powerful witch after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Dun dun dun. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you're finally mine, I will cut off your tongue and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes and I will... No. I beg your pardon.
Then beg.
What was that, dear one? Oh. I said no. I'm not your dear one. I never wanted this. What? You would defy me still after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely, but you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They're not true though, you know. They're bold-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I'm no Mephistopheles. I was very upfront when first we met. I said if you wish to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms and now you're paying the price. Now, if you will come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now? This has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else... Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? Oh, you already stole my name. It's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Media. You remember my name? I do now. You called Media and I... No, stop it. I'm called Rosette. It can't be. I knew you were stubborn, but... I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You can rot for all I care. What? No, Rosette! I call after you retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then. You were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That is a thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when first you summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you very noble, really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so... lonely. Goodness me, I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you're not the one upon the ground, it is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. You will not turn back from me now, not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now there's nothing but the milky moonlight and the trees which jut out of the earth above me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette. Because they're not of your world. They are of mine. Now you fled from me like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear we'll never see you again. I will be on my own, in this forest, for all of eternity. Or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream, and enrobed in the undulating mist I shall think to myself. Ooh! Strong Ban Castell vibes from her. Yeah, I feel it. I love the way the artist draws hands. Something very satisfactory about them. I don't know. Satisfying. Satisfying is the word I was looking for. However, we still don't have all achievements. You're telling me I did all this, and I'm still missing 2 achievements. Or they bend out, yeah. No, actually, the reminds me of the art style of the artist behind, what was it called? I think the English version was called Chibi Vampire. The manga in German was called Cheeky Vampire, and the anime itself was just called Karin. Reminds me of how, I don't remember the name of the artist, but it reminds me of that, how that artist draws hands. We still don't have all the achievements though, so there's still something to be gotten, and once again our saves are gone, so what happens if we start again? I'm sitting in a forest. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light my way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach me. Not properly. The trees which surround me jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a fallen god are blotting out most of the light. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going. But such concerns are trivial to me. There's nowhere after all for me to run. I'm all alone. You have abandoned me. You who made a contract with me once when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore would fulfill upon my good name. But you betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company slaked my boredom nicely, but now that you've gone, that boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming I fear I might go mad from it, if I have not granted gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there, one who might keep me company. If only. Oh? Perhaps I spoke too soon. It would seem that another has intruded upon my moonlit solitude after all, far more quickly than I was expecting. How very fortuitous. Well met, stranger. Does the moon not look beautiful tonight? Why, it is almost as if our encounter were preordained by a being far greater than the both of us. But that, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me and relieve the events of this night anew? Or make a contract or don't make a contract? Oh, okay. Okay, what if I do make another contract? Very good. Oops. Now come to me, dear one. You're lonely too, I can tell. The scent of loneliness positively rolls off you much like mist in the early morning. Come, do not look so surprised. It was not at all a difficult guess. Why else would you be spending time with me had you anything better to do with your time? We are all lonely here. In that sense, we might not be so very dissimilar, you and I. Though I might be a witch and you a human, I'm not a stranger to the complicated emotions of your kind. I was a human myself once upon a time, though it was a very, very long time ago. Now come to me and I shall tell you a story. I will tell you a story of a girl running through the forest without ceasing. A girl entrapped in a patchwork fairy tale world with no beginning and no end. My story will unravel unbroken from now until the end of time. And if you allow yourself to be submerged within it, we need never be lonely again. Aha! And then the game closes itself.
I see.
Good. Interesting. I don't have all of the achievements yet, though. Hold on. Let me try that again. So what now? Game closes itself. But there's one more choice I could make. How am I gonna reach that choice though, now that I've reset the entire thing? When we said we want to close it, this isn't what we had in mind. No, it really isn't. So. Oh, we reset the entire thing. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Does that mean I don't get to skip any text either? Oh, fuck that. Okay, hold on. We're doing this.
And we're once again getting buried alive. Fuck yeah.
I don't even know if I have to get all of those choices again. I just need to make it like, yeah, just a short speed run. Yeah. We need to go through both runs, like the first one, and then the second one where it's like, oh, you're back here, blah blah blah. To you should look no further than now. Ha ha ha. I mean, to be fair, I do not read that fast. That would be a little much, right? It's a good speed though. I'm thankful when games offer skipping speed that is actually a speed where you can't read the stuff anymore. I've seen visual novels where you could skip text and then it was such a slow speed I was still very much able to just read it. So it would still take me over an hour to get through skipping stuff because it was so much content and it was so slow. Like, why is it a skipping option if it's not actually skipping anything? Good night, sleep tight, you're getting buried alive. Literally mash to the quicker space, but yeah. Oh god, I couldn't tell you what specific game it was where I was so mad, but one text box per frame, you'd first have to be able to differentiate single frames from another before attempting to read that fast. Okay, this is the different ending, the one where we else what? You called Rosette. Goodbye, Rosette. Bye. Okay, now just do this real quick and go back here. Ooh, I'm a witch. I'm stuck in a forest. I'm all on my own, but there's someone else. Well met, stranger. Do not make a contract with me, dear. Oh, do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You're awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I'm a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say, and I would never force you to do anything, not against your will. My love is and always has been reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come, you know, of soliciting with witches in the dead of night. You had best be on your way and quickly, otherwise I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. I should have done this one before. I should have done this one first. This is the one that just sends you back here, okay. Now we have it all, right? We have all of this. Oh, you can listen to all of the music as well. Is there any different here once you do it? Oh, wait! There's different author notes. Hello everyone, this is Ebi again, and now it's time for the second lot of author's notes. Yay!
Although now that I think about it, it's entirely possible that you might have missed the first slot of author's notes if you didn't think to check them before starting a new game. In that case, this would be a first slot of author's notes instead. In any case, initially as I was planning out It Gets So Lonely Here, I didn't intend for there to be more to the story after the first playthrough. I was going to end the story after the witch, Media, ensnares a despairing Rosette in her grasp. While I was coding the event together, I thought it might be cool to do a New Game Plus situation, where starting the game for a second time gives you a slightly different outcome. I've done this in one of my early VNs, Empty Horizons, so it's not exactly new territory. I had fun implementing an alternate storyline in Empty Horizons, however, so I thought I might as well do it here. But Empty Horizons is one that I've played. I know I say this every single time we play anything ebi-hime, I'm like, oh, I've done this one, but I think Empty Horizons I've actually done. Yes, I have all 13 achievements in it, and I last played it on December 23rd, 2017. Oh. That was a while ago. So, for the second playthrough, I thought it would feel narratively satisfying to give the reader, though Rosette isn't really aligned with the reader, she has a personality of her own, an opportunity to get the better of the second-person narrator who's been watching them die over and over again. Initially, I thought of making the confrontation between Rosette and Media more humorous in tone, with Rosette snapping after being subjected to so much drama. I was thinking of having full-on comedy music playing in a scene where Rosetta shouts at Media, "Stop calling me my dear mon, I do have a name, you know." But I eventually decided I could make the confrontation more striking if I made it more dramatic instead. The core of my original idea still remains, however, even though the confrontation is more serious. Rosette still calls Media out for being horrible to her, declares that she's sick of being toyed with, and storms off to go and get bullied some more in the real world, presumably. Well, it's probably better than being drowned, buried alive, or eaten. I wanted the confrontation to pack a bit of punch and to feel less ethereal and unformed than the rest of the story, so I decided to commit here and actually give the two lead characters names. Media is a pretty straightforward name for a creepy witch if you know your Greek mythology, though there's also an antagonistic character in 10th Least, the silver metal lover called Media, who has a twin brother called Jason, which might have influenced my decision. Back when there were less, but still a lot of ebi-hime VNs. Yeah, back when I was still able to actually keep up with them. As far as that, she actually gets her name from the Sad's infamous 120 Days of Sodom. 120 Days is a horrible story, really, that I wouldn't recommend to anybody, but some of the names in it are very pretty at least. 120 Days is a Colomba, Hyacinth, and Hebe, which are all names nice enough that I like to use them myself in other projects. These names, however, are associated with child characters who have been kidnapped for nefarious purposes. Their real names stripped from them by their wicked new masters in a further display of control. The child characters with aesthetic names in 120 Days aren't afforded bodily autonomy, and they're even robbed of their identities. I suppose you could say it's ironic I'd use such a name for It Gets So Lonely Here's lead, when reclaiming her name at the end of the story is what allows her to escape from her captor. But I mostly chose the name because I think it's pretty, and I've been wanting to use it for a while. I actually had to think of the garden fairy in Tinkerbell immediately, because that one is also called Rosetta. Rosetta. Right, they don't even have the same name, my bad. The mechanics of Rosette's showdown with Media was inspired, meanwhile, by the popular mobile game, Fate Grand Order. In FKO, you, the player, assume the role of a silent lead who never speaks in the story save for the odd choice option which pops up in the story. Choices which, for the most part, only offer very slight alterations in the script. The main character in Fate Grand Order never gets any dialogue directly attributed to them outside of these choices, though there are a few instances in the story, typically during serious moments, where your allies are in grave danger and you have to take a stand where you are given an option to directly interact with your opponents. In these instances, the player will be presented with a bunch of different dialogue options, back to back, inside choice boxes that you can press. I suppose the interactivity of having to physically click on your dialogue so your character can say it makes it feel more like you are actually facing off against an enemy. Like the mute main character in FGO, Rosette doesn't have any dialogue directly attributed to her in the story, but she does get a chance to speak for herself, so to say, using the choice bubbles that were previously used to determine which route you wanted to experience. It's not groundbreaking, I suppose, but it was a lot of fun to implement. I thought it was pretty satisfying to give our long-suffering heroine a chance to speak back against the tormentor if nothing else. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess alas still don't get names of their own. They're consigned to their roles as fairy tale representatives rather than fleshed out characters, so they're a little more enigmatic than both Rosette and Media. I'd imagine these girls are fabrications created by Media in any event who only exist to torment Rosette, so maybe you could think of them as Water Media, Earth Media, and Blood Media maybe? It wasn't a direct inspiration, but I also feel like there are some serious Higurashi Sotsu vibes and it gets so lonely here. I was thinking while I wrote the final confrontation that it reminded me of something, but now I'm starting to wonder if Rosetta and Media have Satoko and Rika vibes, or maybe Castellan and the Delta vibes. It wasn't really intentional, but it might have been a subconscious influence, given I'm a pretty big Ryokishi 07. Yeah! I should wrap up the notes of this VN for real this time. Once again, I hope you enjoyed your time spent with it. I had a lot of fun putting it together, though I think I enjoy it more because of the mechanics than because of the story itself. It feels like a bit of a departure from my usual VNs minus once on a windswept night, I suppose, which also did some strange things with Vampire, and was fun trying to get the code to work exactly how I wanted it. Now, if you're at all worried about Media, who's been left on her own in the woods, you can go check back up on her. You wouldn't want her to be lonely now, would you? Doing that will reset all your data though, so don't go making contacts without witches willy-nilly. Your actions do have consequences. I should have read that before. Thank you, Evie. Next time, I will be sure to check your author's notes immediately after I unlock them. At all times. So, you know. Thank you. Well, that was fun. What a fun game. What a fun game. And we did manage to finish it all in one go. Yay. Yippee. I mean, I did originally say, okay, maybe I'll do Tweeby after, but to be fair, we've been here for almost 6 hours. I don't think I'm gonna start anything else now. Especially not Tweeby, where I would need some more hours to put into it, but I will. I keep pushing it off, and every time I keep pushing off a game like more than twice, it usually ends up with me canceling it forever. I'm not willing to actually give up on Tweeby yet, though, because I enjoy Neo so much more than I enjoyed the port of the first game, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see about it. Maybe I'll... I don't know. I'll sleep on it. I'll sleep on it and I'll think of what to do with it. And then we'll see what happens next week. Maybe I'll just have to actually start it up. Put it back on easy. And just do that to get the story, and then just get the normal ending you get by playing through the 3 weeks. And then I can be proud of myself and say, okay, we finished the game as a stream project, and if I'm then still willing to like grind more stuff out to get more things, I can still do that on my own. Because I'm not gonna be able to get the secret endings and the like anyway. Yeah. We'll happily support you. I know, thank you. I know you're like, obviously it's my choice, I can do what I want. It's just I've said it before, right? It was the same with Ni no Kuni. Though with Ni no Kuni I was immediately way more frustrated. Obviously, streaming a game that frustrates is not fun because those streams are not fun. Like, but also, I hate to start a game and then not finish it because I'm very proud of myself to showcase as much of a game as possible on stream. It's very hard to get over the whole, oh my god, you haven't tried everything you can. It's like dangling the game in front of you and then not finishing it. But we'll see. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. You want to leave no game officially, Jerome, is always important. Yeah, true. Of course, of course. We'll see. Also, by the way, SummerSlam is happening not the last week of June, but the last weekend that is still in June. So that, you know, from Wednesday to that Sunday. So 21st to 25th. And you know how I said in the announcement post? How I said in the announcement post, oh, more details coming soon. It's because I don't have those details yet. As in, I'm free to stream whatever I want, but I have no idea what to do. I've never done any fundraising. I've never done anything similar with like incentives of like, oh, donate this and that match and I'll do a funny thing. Secret revealed. I'm unsure of what exactly to do, but we're gonna make that a fun thing as well. I will most likely be streaming only on the weekends because I don't trust myself in getting home on time for the fundraiser. Because work is probably gonna fucking suck as usual. But if anyone has anything that they would like to see that specific weekend, like hit me up, let me know. I can see if I can get it in there. It's also good to be able to say when it's too much. Yeah, it's I feel like with Tweevy and Sophie at the same time there was this fucking disconnect. Like I managed, I'm still not over it. I managed to complete Sophie yesterday, right? On Despair. I defeated that end boss on Despair. Yes, I was using a guide to build myself up like that, but still I managed to do that. And then in Tweevy, I fight against like normal mid-story bosses on hard to get the good drops, which is not even the hardest difficulty yet. So I'm like, wow, I'm suffering. I'm still suffering. Oh, I died. I have to retry this. Oh my god, everything is taking so long. So that's the one thing was like, wow, I'm actually not that bad at games. And the other thing is like, wow, I still suck at games. So then there's two wolves inside you. They're fighting over how bad you are. Yeah, we read it on Despair yesterday. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I'll give it another week. I'll rather give it another week and then next week I'll say, okay, we're trying our hand at Tweevy again. Or there's another Splatoon event happening next weekend. There's another salmon rush, big salmon rush happening. And I completely missed out on the last one. So maybe I'll actually finally put another Splatoon stream on that Saturday. I think it's gonna be either one of those two options. And then it's gonna be... No, there's another week in between. If I'm smart, I should play Tweevy next week and try to get through the entirety of week 2. And then the week after, I can get... I just stick with it, put it to easy, and then just fucking run. We're halfway through the base game. We'll see. We'll see. You can be soothing and hardest back when you play, but struggle with Elden Ring. Fundraiser game, just stick towards something personally like, yeah, me. Mood. I have no idea what people do for fundraisers. I was thinking, you know, what an interesting thing is when people are like, oh, I don't know, donate a small bit and then you can choose what type of weapon I'm using in the game. Like say you're playing Monster Hunter. But that would require me to be someone to play games like that. I do play Monster Hunter, but I play one singular weapon. And I don't play Monster Hunter on my own ever. And I'm not very good at Monster Hunter, so that's not something I could do, but I've seen people do that, so that's cool. Crowd control, yeah. I don't think that's something for me, though. I'm gonna find something, that's for sure. But yeah, if anyone has anything where they're like, hey, I saw that, that would be nice.
hit me up. Same with the game suggestions. I'm still willing to take those. I think the Discord channel for that was a very good idea. Even if I have to say no to some of those games like outright. If I know them. Hatful Boyfriend. I mean, yes, I would enjoy Hatful Boyfriend, but I don't think it would make for very good fundraising. I feel like for a fundraising stream, you would need something that's a little more interactive than a mostly comedy visual novel. You said the Kingdoms of Amaluri Reckoning on very hard. Ooh. But you said, well, the big part is enjoying it, right? The big part is enjoying it. Like, for example, Flo here is like always plays his games on the hardest difficulty as well, but it's enjoyable for him. I cannot imagine how playing something on the hardest difficulty where it's super difficult to get through stuff would be enjoyable, because I already feel frustrated when I manage to when I don't manage to get through stuff on easy, but whatever.
We will find.
We will find a way to either finish Twivi or mark it as another incomplete project that I'm just not willing to get through right now. Also translates out the gameplay to... Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy trying my hand at harder difficulties in rhythm games, because that's like I'm not bad at rhythm games. I'm not like one of those people who can play them on the hardest difficulty either, but I enjoy trying my hand at those repeatedly and getting into the groove and getting better that way. That's the thing where I enjoy challenging myself. But everything else, yeah. Good night, Baba. Thank you for coming by. I'm also gonna end now though anyway. It is almost 2 a.m. and I'm gonna talk myself into a frenzy now, but I don't really want to. I'm happy I got to play this game tonight. Gonna maybe sit down and actually write a review for it as well. You wanna save the game? How? I don't have any save slots. I can't. I can go here, sure. Oh, you're still here. I thought I had already sent you on your way. You're certainly a stubborn child. That you're a very cruel one to take delight in my suffering as you are. Now don't just stand there. If there's something you should tell me, I would bid that you tell it. Have you considered my early offer? Oh, and you got back to this. Okay. Here you go. Huh? I saved. Just having you reload one time is too much for me, so really surprised that very hard on the game. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you're having fun. That's the best thing. As long as you yourself are having fun. I need to hold myself to that much more often as well. It's just push myself out of my comfort zone. Sometimes find stuff that I do enjoy that I thought I would. But if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Whatever. Yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. Actually, let me press some funny buttons. Let me mute this. And now we're gonna get our ears blasted away because my ending song is probably gonna be really loud. Yeah, it's a little louder. You fall into that too. You force yourself through a game that you're not finding fun. Yeah. Granted, with streaming, I've gotten better at it. I know I say this every time we have the topic come up. But still, I'm never gonna be a pro gamer. I don't even want to be. I just want to finish and have fun with the games I do enjoy. Yeah. Good night for now, everyone. Get some good rest. Let me set up a braid. Leave many games on Steam hidden because you never finished those. Actually, that's good. That's a good idea. I have a label thingy in my library, which is just called No, where I add games that I have on my account but will never touch or never touch again for whatever reason. And I just have that tab closed all the time. It's like, there's games in there, but I'm not willing to touch those again. Whatever. It's a no. It's money spent, maybe. Or free-to-play games that I just claim for having claimed them, but not actually wanting to play them, so yeah. There's no shame in that. There's so many games out there. There's no shame in just saying, oh, I'm actually never going to do that. It's not for me. It's hard to tell yourself that sometimes, though. Every time you see other people play the newest AA game, or AAA game, whatever. Yeah. Enough about that. I'm gonna send you over to Vani, who is playing Final Fantasy X, because that's the only time we ever managed to cross over timing-wise. Every time, I feel like the last 3 streams that I've rated Vani, it's always been Final Fantasy X. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for more of our 1980s last spins. Good night.
And bye bye. Bye bye bye.